and significance of their ability to lead the big band as alto saxophone.
Also, the Basie band was more trumpet centric in the 1950s and 60s, especially, and also trombone. They got the solo spots, and I think later Marshall joined Basie in 1951, and then later in the 50s, Frank West and Frank Foster. And I think they were given a little more
Foster was way up in the high register and doing the thing, yeah.
And you think of the original Basie bands, who got seats? The tenor players or the altos?
Yeah.
Tenors for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Tenors.
I'm a First Testament boy anyway. The early band to me is the greatest.
Right there with you. Right there with you. I am so lucky as a horn player to have had the influence of not only my uncle, but the history of the early bands, to understand that the melodic bass, if you will, and the reasons for being melodic, and just that sound, and carrying and also, what's the word? I guess what I'm looking for to say is to be a part of that arrangement that was there to carry the melody throughout your soloing technique. Both Hodges and Marshall were just fantastic at doing that. They were masters at doing that. Which also, when they were on top for the saxophone sections, I think that they really set the sorry about the pun, but I intended the tone. That era.
I would throw Benny Carter in that group as well.
I agree with you.
And I think, of all the alto players he heard, and who were his age, the one who struck you the most was Benny Carter, who he always said, "I'm second fiddle to Mr. Carter."
There you go.
We'll get to some stuff with Count Basie. And again, as you mentioned, he doesn't solo a lot. You can hear him, and then you have to remember, though, he's the musical director.
How about that? And can I just say about that is, when we decided we were going to go with Maestro Royal, it was difficult. You've done a great job of curating the music of him, but it was difficult. And I was talking about one of my favorite songs and where I was introduced to him. It was interesting to start looking back in time to see what I could find, and it's not easy to go find him in soloing, but he was absolutely the voice of the saxophone section, and you could hear that clearly.
Years ago, I remember hearing an album with him leading the band with Snooky Young, I think was the.
Yep.
You don't often hear him in a blowing session, blue note kind of blowing session. That's not his. His thing is leading the section.
Well, you mentioned that, so let's listen to him with Snooky Young. I remember when I was first listening to music in New York in the late 70s. I mean, I'd listened since I was a kid many years before, but half of the trumpet players I met said Snooky is the best. So thank you. Good suggestion. This is Marshall and Snooky in a record they did for Concord Records. Vocals by Scatman Crothers.
It's the blues folks have been singing for years. But the mean dog blues will really bring tears. Races are sent to pay their dues. It's a prison compound with mean dogs around. The mean dog blues will tear you down. And there's one thing more I want you to know, that everybody's gonna reap just what they sow. Beware and dig these cues, 'cause it could happen to me or you. The mean, mean, mean dog blues. The blues folks have been singing for years, but the mean dog blues will really bring tears. Now the mean dog blues, really bad news, where men of all races are sent to pay their dues. It's a prison compound with mean dogs around. Mean dog blues will tear you down. And there's one thing more I want you to know, that everybody's gonna reap just what they sow. Beware and dig these cues, 'cause it could happen to me or you. The mean, mean, mean dog blues.
And that was Snooky Young and Marshall Royals Band from 1978. Snooky and it's only simply called Snooky and Marshall's album. I put the personnel, but Justin's here. I thought you were going to put up the record. Ray Brown on bass, Louis Bellson drums, Ross Tompkins on piano, Freddie Green on guitar, and singing with Scatman Crothers.
I should have realized it was Freddie Green. I heard that guitar and I said, who is that? You know, what modern player? And it wasn't a modern player. It was Freddie.
And a noted acoustic player.
Absolutely.
Never recorded electric. Can you imagine that? Playing for 6 decades.
That's outrageous.
Yeah.
To just maintain that. Stick to it. So, yeah, I mean, wow. It's interesting as we were talking through the tune and how, you know, Marshall isn't known for taking all these dynamic solos, right? Not like he's a great soloist, but when he did solo, they were beautiful. And then the other thing that we were just discussing about him and Johnny, who's someone who has always been ingrained in my soul and in my spirit and in my brain as a horn player to um, learn from and draw from. The two of them had this similarity, as you and I spoke about, and then we were talking in while we were listening as well about Sonny Stitt and Charlie Parker, how they had similarities, yet you could distinguish between the two of them. And the same holds true for both Johnny Hodges and Marshall Royal. You can distinguish between the two of them, yet they are in that same period. They're in that same, I don't know, genre of spirit, if you will. And they helped. They were part of the history, I guess is what I'm really trying to say, of how we developed in the sound and in the style of jazz and as alto saxophone players in the big band era, put it that way. And then Stitt and Parker came along, and I know we're focusing on Marshall for sure, but me as a young learner back in those days, and still, um, as I was learning and growing, my uncle was a huge influence for me because he played very much so like both of them, and he helped me to understand that to be a lead alto player in a big band setting, to emulate that sound and to really try to capture that sound. And then I don't know if I mentioned this on while we're here with everyone else, but I had said it to you that my mother would tell me whenever I would go off to a gig as a young player, play pretty for the people. And I understood that as just, being soft and so on and so forth. But adopting that as a player over the years, over the decades, was not just playing, but making it so that people could relate to what you're trying to say. Um, and I love all the various saxophone players, the Coltrane and everybody that came after him and the folks that were really experimenting, but to stay home, stay close to that melody and play pretty for the people. My uncle also used to say that Al Steverson was his name. He was a Boston, Cambridge-based guy, but he would always say, stay close to the melody. Don't deviate so much that you lose your audience. And these two were masters at that, both Marshall Royal.
So your Uncle Al, was he playing professionally?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he played. He and my dad had a band, and then they played in a trio, the Pauline Trio, and they played Boston clubs. And I also had a great uncle. His name was George Tynes, and George Tynes had a band called George Tynes and the Cotton Pickers, and they were a Boston based band. He was a piano player, and there's an album somewhere in my mom's house, that we have here in Cambridge that I need to get and digitize. But Uncle George, Grand Uncle George, he would go from club to club, as my father would tell the story, and he had bands set up at the Hi Hat and all of those different clubs that were here in Boston, and he would just make guest appearances and then come home and dump the money on the table and pound it. And so my father told me that story because I was a street musician for many years in Harvard Square in downtown Boston. And as I would dump my money on the table, he would help me to understand. And he would take all my quarters and give me dollars for them because he liked to collect coins. But he would tell me the stories about great Uncle George and the Cotton Pickers. And so they were well known here in Boston. But going back to Uncle Al, I would listen to Uncle Al play and practice his saxophone. And I remember one time I said, "Can you play Satin Doll?" He was like, "I can play that, but it's not a challenge for me, so I'm gonna play something else for you." But I would sit and listen to him practice, and I would play with his saxophone when he was at work, because he also had a day gig like most of us have to have. And Uncle Al's saxophone would be under the couch and packed away. And so I would drag it out and I'd open it up and I'd look at it and I'd play with it. And then one day I opened it up. I think I was in probably the third grade, because in Cambridge, thankfully, and they still do it, they allow you to begin, taking instrument lessons for free. They provide the instrument and everything. Um, and I think it was fourth grade then, it's fifth grade now. But anyway, opened up the case, and in the case was a note that said, "Bobby Tynes, don't mess with my saxophone." And I saw that. I was heartbroken. My aunt was like, "I told you to leave his house." Long story short, today I own that saxophone. I still play that horn. It's a Yamaha. It's a beautiful alto saxophone, and I really try to keep his spirit alive through that horn. It's an honor to play that saxophone, but I'll never forget when I opened it up and saw that. I was like, "Oh, it caught me."
That's pretty funny, Bobby.
Great story.
Hey, I wanted to, you mentioned about playing pretty. And, probably everybody has heard this, but Charlie Parker used to say, it's all about finding the pretty notes. That was the word he used, finding the pretty notes. So
He found them.
He found every one of them.
I don't know anything that's not pretty that he played. Please feel free to join in and ask questions. Since we won't hear a lot of Roy's, most of the stuff is ensemble with, as I wrote in the flyer, he played with more or less everybody. So we'll get to everybody. But let's go to a record he did called Royal Blue from 1980, where he's the only horn player in the band. Royal Blue record, Marshall Royal, Monty Alexander, Ray Brown, Cal Collins on guitar, and Jimmy Smith on the drums.
Mm.
2 selections from that record. Second one we heard was called I'll Be Coming Home. And before that, we heard Royal Riff.
So yeah, I just talk about playing pretty for the people. That's the epitome of it. I mean, again, and if you close your eyes, and I saw you doing that, Ken, try to distinguish between Johnny and Marshall. So beautiful. So and I love, and I know you as a saxophone player, Ken, and anyone else who may be saxophone players on this call. That's the sound. I love playing hardcore, rock and roll, that sort of sound. But when I get to play like that, that's when my heart goes as, oh my goodness, who was that played Charlie's Tap all the time? And he said, "You make my heart go bibbity bop." You know who I'm talking about. Anyway, that makes my heart go bibbity
Peanut.
bop. Peanut.
Peanut guy. What's his name?
What was his name? Oh my goodness, everybody knows it. Little Joe Cook.
Little Joe Cook.
Little
Yeah.
Joe Cook.
Oh.
But that's that sound. And I think my ancestors, my uncle, my dad, and all of them that instilled that in me to make me feel that way. Because that is the epitome of my heart going bibbity bop. That's beautiful. That's just beautiful. It's a masterpiece.
We've got a few good questions in the chat. Gregory Haynes. Bobby, you mentioned I think you did mention that your uncle played with the Cotton Pickers.
I don't know if my uncle Al played with the Cotton Pickers, but you might be right, Greg. That we should look into that. That Roosevelt Tyree Watson played with the Cotton Pickers. My uncle, this was my great uncle George Tynes, whose band it was, George Tynes and the Cotton Pickers. So there was a different generation, right? So that's something that I would love to look into and see if I can find that album. I'm going to ask my brother about that. I think it's at our family's house on Pine Street in Cambridge. Still,
yeah, he was around in the 50s.
Yes,
that's when it was. So that's why I thought maybe, because I know he played all around.
I see. Sure.
He tried to teach me how to play the sax on Symphony Road when I was probably 8 or 9 years old.
Really?
But I would never practice. You got to practice.
That's right. Well, it's never too late. It's never too late.
Hey, I still got a horn.
You got me.
I know. We'll talk about that.
Okay.
That's my bucket list.
All right. Greg got up and sang with me and Tracy and Mike Pipeman on Friday night last week. And he did a great job. By the way, you sounded great as Ike Turner.
Wow. Quite a statement.
He did. He sounded great.
Thank you, Bobby.
Was there another one? Oh, yes, the music jam session. We are so happy that Public Health of Cambridge Public Health was sponsoring us for the past year, and we're really gracious that they did that for the senior jam, but they weren't able to continue funding it yet. The Cambridge Senior Center has figured out how to pick it up, and we're looking for grants. But we will continue our session. We will be doing it again this Monday on June 9th from 4:30 until 6:30. And then we'll come back in August. And we're going to continue the series until December, from August until December of 2025. We're really excited about that. And again, we're looking for more grants to keep it going. But it's a wonderful, wonderful event. We encourage all seniors to come out, whether you're from Cambridge or Boston or wherever you might be from. Bring your instrument, bring your voice, bring your dancing shoes, and we have a great time from 4:30 to 6:30. And did I mention that I'm the vice president of Jazz Boston? And that's another thing. And we are jazzboston.org. Please join Jazz Boston. Hi, Ken. Just saying that.
Hey, yeah, thanks for mentioning that, Bobby. You did mention it, but you know what? We also have. I mean, your jam session is great, Bobby. I mean, really a cool hang with cool people at the Senior Center. We also have Jazz Boston has a jam session that people might want to know about. It's at the Phoenix Landing. That's right. And it's the first and third Fridays of each month from 5 to 7. I think that's right. Yeah, 5 to 7. And it's free. And it's organized by Noah Preminger, great tenor player, Noah Preminger. I'm leading the one on the 20th of June, the third Friday this month. So there you go.
Yeah, Ken, do you want to put in the chat information on Jazz Boston?
Yeah, I'll put that in. Sure.
We're going to go back to early part of
I looked up some fun facts about Marshal Royal,
mhm.
and I want to do what you want to do.
No.
But I do want to say, so he was born December 5th, 1912 in Sepulpa, Oklahoma. My eyes read that as Sepulveda.
I saw it. Same here.
LA. I thought, oh, he was born in LA, but he wasn't. He was born in Oklahoma. But he was raised in Los Angeles, California. He's from a highly musical family. His mother taught him piano at age 3, and his father, a music teacher and band leader, introduced him to the violin at 6. I've always admired something. Anybody who could play strings. I actually started on guitar myself, but my wife has picked that up, and I have kind of let that fall to the wayside. But I still have time. Eventually, he mastered the clarinet, saxophone, and guitar, and was proficient in arranging and leading small groups. Here's the fun fact. His younger brother, Ernie Royal, became one of the most respected jazz trumpeters, and one of you mentioned that a minute ago, of the 20th century, playing with Dizzy Gillespie and Count Basie. There's more, but I'm going to save it.
And living in Los Angeles, I mean, born in 1912, so he's around 15, 16 years old, living near Central Avenue. And all of a sudden, the film industry was booming. And first, the film industry was silent, so they did add music, but eventually they started having, soundies. So LA, there was jobs for over 1,000 people overnight. And there were weeks when he would be making, imagine this, in 1929, a teenager playing saxophone and clarinet, making $50 on a weekend.
Some of us still make that kind of money. That's awesome. That is really awesome. And he was in competition with some amazing symphonic arrangers at that point. So that's great.
Some of the recordings he did in the 1940s were with people who were making popular music for obvious reasons. So we're going to do a set now. He spent of the people before he joined Basie, he spent a lot of time with Lionel Hampton.
Lionel Hampton, that's right, in the 40s.
Yeah. And he, as early as the 30s. And also playing a lot. I know this crowd knows Slim and Slam, Jack McVeigh. He did a lot of recordings.
I got a story about Slam, but go ahead.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, really?
Well, go ahead.
We should be listening, but I'll tell you a really quick story. And this is why I really every morning I wake up and I thank the ancestors, and I got to tell you, my aunt was engaged to Slam Stewart.
Wow.
Yes, she was. She was. And she lived to be 101 years old, Aunt Sally. And so I remember saying to Aunt Sally, what, really? Do you know who I would have become had you stayed married to him? But, he passed away at a young age. But Aunt Sally was engaged to Slam Stewart. And what a great musician he was. What a legacy he led. And I think that, there's so many. And my dad, I didn't say this earlier, but my dad got to play with B.B. King for a minute.
Oh, really?
He was asked to go on the road with BB, and my grandmother wouldn't let him do it because he was only 17 years old at the time. But he was such a great drummer. So he also, so there was that band that my dad, my uncle, they played with, and they did their thing in Boston. But I have been blessed with that musical family.
Yeah.
But boy, oh boy, I wonder what would have happened, and I'm very happy where I'm at right now. But I'm just saying, Slam, he was another one. And Otis Redding is a third cousin in my family. Never got to meet him either. But there's just this musical, calling.
Your genes.
There's the genes, right? And here I am a principal. So I'm blessed in that sense too.
Now, your parents grew up here, your grandparents. Where were they before they
Well,
came
my
to Boston?
grandfather on my mother's side, he was from Macon, Georgia.
Okay.
My grandmother from Morganton, North Carolina.
So that's the
But my
Otis Redding blood.
that's at
line.
Otis Redding blood and Macon, Georgia for sure. But then my grandfather on my dad's side, the Tyneses, came from Virginia.
Mhm.
And they also, my great grandfather, they had a place on Western Avenue here in Cambridge. And then my mother's father was able to purchase two places. I don't know how the black man back in those days, they figured that out. And then they had two houses in Cambridge, and then my father's dad owned and mom owned a corner lot in Newton, Massachusetts. Beautiful street, Water Street, I think it is. Still there, beautiful, beautiful home. So we were blessed in that as well. That our my grandparents, great grandparents, they just were on a mission. Um, and so that's when I decided I wanted to be a musician. My parents were like, "No, you can dibble dabble all you want to," but I was determined. So I went the Berkeley route, and Berkeley took me to education. And so, you know, it's funny. My wife was reminding me today. She said, "You've got two master's degree in education." I don't know a lot of people that can do that. I said, "Well, there's doctors out there, doctorate degrees that people do that. They do that, and in this area, you know, where we are in the land of academia, it's kind of expected of you to do that. I love both tracks that I've been able to take as a jazz musician, as a musician in general, as a songwriter, which is what I studied at Berkeley, but also as an educator. I love working with kids and educators and just making it so that we keep laying down the foundation. It ties in to make that connection. It just ties back to these giants that we call giants today that probably didn't think they were giants back in those days. They were just doing what they do. They were playing their music. They were writing the music. They were directing the music. They were arranging the music. They were just living in those times. And today we look at them as giants, right? We admire them for what they laid down as foundation. And I think that's what we have to continue to do. And we may not see the fruits of our labor right away or even in our lifetimes, but we have to trust and have the faith that what we're doing right now, it's just going to carry on and will be strong. And the right individuals will hear or listen to or feel or see what we're doing and want to continue that pathway. So let's continue listening. But I have to pay tribute to the folks.
And I still think about and talk about a handful of high school teachers
Absolutely.
every week, every month.
Absolutely.
Lily has a question. Are you related to the opera singer Margaret Tynes?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh, thank you. Where's Lily at? Willie. So that's an interesting story. I won't go too deep into it, but very recently, within the past 5 years, we've been doing family trees, and we were on a call with her. What an amazing woman. What an amazing woman. And she was very present at the time. And yes, it's the shortest answer I can say to you that yes, I am. I'm proudly related to her. And she was an amazing opera singer.
Wow.
Yeah, I wondered about that. I wonder if she ever ran across Roland Hayes. My kid's school just got renamed the Roland Hayes School, and I'll bet those two ran across each other at some point.
I bet you're talking about in Boston?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I actually had the opportunity to I didn't get to do it. But I had applied to lead the Roland Haynes over by the Madison High School.
right. This is actually a school in Brookline, an elementary school, one of the 8 elementary schools, and it had been called the Heath School.
Oh,
and
yeah.
last year, to their, good decision, they renamed it. I don't know what Heath was. He was a bad guy, apparently. The Roland Hayes School, and what a brilliant idea that was. But I was going to ask you. You mentioned earlier Little Joe Cook, and do you are you in bands that ever play the Cantab Lounge?
Currently, no, but I got to play with Little Joe. And playing with Little Joe was kind of like a rite of passage in some ways.
Yeah, I should think. Yeah, my wife and I used to go to the Cantab a lot, and he'd always embarrass us by coming over to our table, singing some schmaltzy song and dedicating it to this couple here. Stand by the table and sing it while we blushed.
Do you remember Mustang Sally?
Yes.
Of course.
Not the song, but the woman.
The woman, yeah.
So
Oh,
Nita,
no.
her name was
Tell about
Nita.
that.
She was my neighbor on Pine Street here in Cambridge. And she would always show up at the Cantab. And he would call her Mustang Sally. And he'd dedicate that to her. And she was always there for that song. But the one thing about Little Joe Cook, and Ken can relate to this, was that he would put his finger up, and that meant you had to hit the highest possible note you could possibly hit on your tenor. And I was playing tenor with him. It wasn't an alto. He wanted tenor saxophone only. And my lips, by the end of that night, were just done for, because he would raise that finger probably 100 times a night. You had it, and he'd pay you $50. That was it.
I just, what I remember about Little Joe Cook was his car.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Always parked
He
out
had-
the Cantab.
Yep.
Yeah, quite the vehicle, right? Yeah, I don't even know if I could describe it, but maybe you could. But it was notable.
It seemed like it was about 30 feet long.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
right,
think it was a
right.
Fleetwood.
It was a big old yellow Cadillac with the sidewalls were built out. He had a big
Yeah.
fifth wheel on the back of it, and it said Peanut Man, I think, was his license plate.
Yeah.
Well, I probably had some good times dancing to you if you played with Little Joe.
Yeah, I bet. You hamburger and cheeseburger.
Cheeseburgers, right.
Anyway.
Well, this is a good segue into the next group of music. We're going to play 4 selections now. 2 things with Lionel Hampton, but we're going to start off with C.P. Johnson. And if Little Joe Cook was here, he would know C.P. Johnson. So good segue. Thank you for bringing up the Cantab.
If you wanna dig the sharpest chick that ever came to town, it's Miss Jivey all around. Boy, she's the sharpest little chick that ever came around. That's Miss Jivey all around. Boy, now you'd consider it lucky to even hold her hand. But like a horse from Kentucky, the boys will say that you also ran, 'cause she's got a guy in every post from Cape Town to Cape Town. That's Miss Jivey all around.
Oh boy, I long to be way back home where the southern echoes call for me. There are no more romance for me. No, no, no. Those southern echoes is haunting me. Yeah. Now down south where my heaven was started. My heart still down there, though we parted. The half will never be told, babe. Goodness knows, those southern echoes is in my soul.
3 selections. The last was Curtis Mosby, who I learned about by doing the research on this. The Mosby Band was playing in LA in the late 1920s. And Curtis Mosby was the front. It was a 10-piece band. And he played saxophone. Before that, we heard a piece by Lionel Hampton from 1941. Lionel was on the vocals, and you're talking about extraordinary bands. Let me dig this up, the number of people in that band. Dexter Gordon was one of the saxophonists, Illinois Jacquette, Jack McVeigh, as we know, Marco, and the trumpet players were Joe Newman and Ernie Royal. And there was a good bass player named Vernon Alley, who he recorded with a lot, who I learned about. I never had heard of Vernon Alley. I don't know if anyone, I know a few bassists are in the room who may know him.
Yeah, in the last recording, I think we were saying that was a tuba, not even a bass player, but still, like, wow. Foundation.
Yeah, the bass player I'm referring to is, was on the second piece we heard, the Lionel Hampton piece, which was called Southern Echoes. And the guitarist on that record was Irving Ashby. Pianist was Milt Buckner.
You had mentioned it. Marshall had played some violin on last recording.
Correct. We'll come back to that Curtis Mosby record. Any questions? Any comments? Any places you want to go? Because we've got, just about 60 years of recorded music. Not easy to find.
No, not easy at all.
When did he join Basie?
1951.
That was right at the beginning, right? When he reorganized.
Correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had a small band, I think, for a few years, and then I guess business opportunities said, okay.
That octet he had before he started the second band was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody in it was a superstar. Wardell Gray, Clark Terry, great band.
Wardell and Marshall overlapped for a couple years. Wardell was not interested in, he was kind of had already done a lot of bebop. Lucky Thompson was in that work. Was in the early Basie band with Royal in the early 50s. Was not as interested.
Some of the information I was able to find too. So his early career, he played with Curtis Mobley's, which we just heard from Blue Flowers and Lawrence Brown's band. He joined Les Heights Orchestra from 1931 to 1939, performing at Sebastian's Cotton Club in L.A., Glamour's Hotspot, or Hollywood's Elite. But then he later joined Hampton's band in the early 1900s. And in World War II, enlisted in the U.S. Navy and was stationed at the pre-flight training school in Moraga, California. Quick fact about Moraga, that's where I got my second master's degree, from St. Mary's College of Moraga. He then performed with a 45-piece. I wish I had known that back then, because I would have been like, yeah, Marshall Royal was here. He then performed with a 45-piece regimental band and led a swing band called the Bombardiers, featuring musicians like Buddy Collette and Jackie Kelsall. There's a fun fact coming up here. You were just talking about the Basie band. So yeah, from 1951 to 1970 is when he was with the Basie band. And a fun fact, in the Basie band, Royal was affectionately known as the General for his role in keeping the sax section sharp and swinging.
Yeah, I think that Mr. Royal enjoyed to smoke a scotch, but he was a pretty straight and narrow guy. In the book, he always kind of comments the people who couldn't take it to the Basie band. His word was chemicals. A little bit of chemicals for too many chemicals.
A lot of chemicals back then and today, but back then.
But it's interesting. You mentioned the Les Height. He played with Les Height quite a bit, but there's very few recordings that are available. I guess I could go to some used record stores and perhaps find them, which I'll probably do. But
Have you ever been to Amoeba Records in San Francisco?
I've never been there. No.
Oh my goodness, you'd lose your mind.
Yeah.
Amoeba Records is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Every time I go to San Francisco, I go to Amoeba. And
You played some Concord records earlier, and I've often wondered what happened to Concord. Are they in some legal litigation or something? Because you don't see them at all any longer.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that there's maybe another Concord label that has released a lot of jazz music, old and new. But I think they're owned by a big conglomerate.
I'm talking about the Jefferson recordings.
I do remember back in the 80s,
70s and 80s.
Concord music. More of I wouldn't even call them smooth. I don't even know what to call them. They were kind of a
mainstream.
Yeah.
They weren't
also
smooth.
But then they changed.
Yeah, I think they got a little more modern, but yeah, in the 70s and 80s, it was more swing. Like the two records we heard. You mentioned in your chat about the Cotton Club in LA. That was the largest, most successful jazz club. And just like I think on these shows, we've gone back to the Savoy and talked about those great days in Harlem, but that place was packed. And the owner was a guy named Frank Sebastian, who was an Italian person and had many good years as well as bad years. And he was also, he had, I guess, during Prohibition, and there was no gambling on mainland LA. So if you wanted, that's where the casinos were, on his boats. I don't know if any of you saw the TV series a few years ago on HBO with Perry Mason. And kind of one of the central plots were on one of those boats.
No, I'm kidding.
Terrific music and terrific acting.
Wow. Perry Mason was, I would say, just as Uncle Al, as you guys know, Uncle Al was, influenced me to become a musician the way I have become. Perry Mason influenced my brother John, who is now a judge here in the state of Massachusetts. It has been for over 12 years now. But he went into law because of Perry. I'm positive because of the Perry Mason show that my brother John decided to practice law, and now his wife is now a judge as well. But that's funny how we get influenced by different things.
And here's a trivia question. Anyone have the answer to this? Before Perry Mason, what movie did Raymond Burr have a supporting role in?
Oh my goodness!
Alfred Hitchcock, Rear Window.
Okay, that's not the one I'm pointing to.
I'm out.
Anatomy of a Murder.
Oh my goodness.
Which has, again, it's
wow,
a damn good movie, but it's also
you're talking about the new Perry Mason, not the I think.
I'm referring to the new Perry Mason.
You're right. That was
Anatomy of Murder was, I think, Raymond Burr's one of his big movie roles before he moved to TV.
But the new Perry Mason, I thought, was an excellent program.
Absolutely.
But I'm talking about Raymond Burr.
Yeah. Well, that was an excellent program too. But the new one with this Welsh actor, Matthew Rhys or something. And who's the guy?
He's an English actor.
Great actor.
Or Irish, I think. Irish actor. But he sounded totally American, He didn't portray his heritage.
And great music in it. And it's about this time, it's about Mr. Royal's, his school.
Well, the club you're talking about, that's where Louis Armstrong had a great success with a band out in California. It was at Frank, what's his name? Yeah.
Okay. Any questions before we go back to some more music? Let's do a little Count Basie set here, okay? Start with Joe Williams.
Yeah, I have the blues. Every day I have the blues. Well, you see me worry, baby, because it's you I hate to lose. Nobody loves me. Nobody seems to care. Nobody loves me. Nobody seems to care. Speaking of bad luck and trouble, well, you know I've had my share. I'm gonna pack my suitcase, moving on down the line. I'm gonna pack my suitcase and move on down the line. Well, there ain't nobody worrying and there ain't nobody crying. Seems to me every day I have the blues. Every day I have the blues. You see me worry, baby, 'cause it's you I hate to lose. Nobody loves me. Nobody seems to care. Nobody loves me. Nobody seems to care. Speaking of bad luck and trouble, do you know I've had myself? Packing up my suitcase. Moving down the line, yeah. Well, ain't nobody worrying, and ain't nobody crying. Seems to me every day I have the blues. I have the blues every day. Every day I have the blues. I have the blues every day. You see me worry, baby, 'cause it's you I hate to lose. Every day I have the blues. Every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know this is not protocol and all this, but for the first time in her life, one of the greatest persons in my life is in here tonight to hear me sing. My mother, let's give her a big hand. Even with a spoon. Ain't nobody doing it. Right there. One day, we've got ham and bacon. Next day, ain't nothing shaking. Ain't nobody's business if I do. fuss and fight, and the next minute we alright. Ain't nobody's business if we do. Lord, 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 Lord. Ain't nobody's business what I do. I got up this morning, looked out my window pane. I was looking for my love, but all I saw was rain. Rain, rain, rain. Why don't you go away? 'Cause I've got enough trouble to last me all this day. Well, I don't feel like talking, just feel like walking around. Those blues will haunt me till the evening sun goes down. I'm 3 times 7. Almost 22. Ain't nobody's business what I do. Ain't nobody's business what I do.
Well. We heard three vocalists with Mr. Royal. He recorded with everybody. We heard first Joe Williams with the Count Basie Orchestra, Every Day I Have the Blues. And then we heard a sort of jam session from late 19, I'm not sure what year it's from, Jimmy Witherspoon. And then we closed with Whirlybird, one of the prime songs that Basie played tens of thousands of times. Sounds good each time. And that was with the great John Hendricks on the vocals.
Yeah.
You're listening to the Cambridge Hot Club. I'm with you. We are with you the first and third Wednesdays of every month, usually from 7 to 10 o'clock, but we started earlier tonight. My guest is saxophonist, educator, and of course, most importantly, vice president of there's a president in the red t-shirt. Jazz Boston.
Jazz Boston. Yes. They're all important to me. I'm so thrilled to be here with Bill. I just learned about I keep learning so many things by being here with Bill, Dr. Bill, and just sharing knowledge and sharing awesome memories and our love of jazz music. So happy to be here with you.
Thank you. It's great to be with you. In person.
Yeah,
in person.
Yeah, exactly. We don't get that. We've been, online just like we are right now. And I'm glad that we have this kind of platform, but it's also great to be in person together.
No, it is, yeah.
In the great city of Cambridge, of course.
Yes. And just doing what we all love to do is, you get to play it. I just get to listen.
Well, hey,
but
I get to do both.
Yeah.
Really do.
We have quite a smorgasbord of music to play. If there's anything you want to hear or say, please feel free to chime in.
So I want to say, my introduction to Maestro Royal was through my Uncle Al, and I'm gonna keep referring to Uncle Al. Uncle Al was a humongous influence in my life in so many different ways, along with my dad. But both of them, just being the musicians that they were, very, very profound musicians. They served in the army, both of them together, as part of the special services, um, as musicians, which kept them off the front lines, which is huge, right? But they would tell stories about how they survived that time period. But just the local scene here in Boston and how the connection between Boston and New York was so tight. The guys would come from the guys and ladies. I don't, we can't forget that there has always been incredible women who performed as well. But there was a connection. It was a kind of a beeline to Boston, beeline, right? Where you came here and you cut your teeth, you practiced, you did your thing. Berkeley wasn't Berkeley back then. Do you remember the name of it?
Schillinger House.
Thank you. Who said that? Ken? Of course, you said that. Was that Ken? Yeah, it was the Schillinger House. Uncle Al went to the Schillinger House.
I knew it was a German name.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Muhal Richard Abrams.
Yeah, it was a Schillinger House back in those days.
Tell us about him, because he was a very advanced
I don't know.
composer and pianist.
I don't
He had
know.
like the Schillinger method, which a lot of the
Actually,
Muhal Richard Abrams is how I know about Schillinger, because he kind of took his ideas and methods.
yeah. I mean, and now we've got this.
And now it's Burke.
Yeah,
The
right.
Burke dynasty.
Burke
It's funny because
dynasty.
I didn't know that for the first
World
decades of
renowned.
knowing.
And when I went to Berkeley, it was right after the strike. There was amazing. There were touring musicians and recording artists that were teaching at Berkeley at the time, right before I got there.
Mhm.
And when I got there, they were great. They were great teachers and musicians that took the place of these guys. But I guess they had a big strike, and things changed drastically at Berkeley. But what a great, another great honor to have been able to go to Berklee College of Music and study and be in that atmosphere and be surrounded by music. That was my campus was Mass Avenue, mind you. and now my daughter gets to be at Rollins College in Florida, which is a country club. That's very different. But it was just a great experience to walk down the hallways of Berkeley and hear musicians practicing all kinds of instruments. It was chaotic music, but it was also for me early in the morning too. I remember getting to practice rooms at like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and it was just a wall of sound, and none of it was making sense, but it was also being infiltrated into my brain, and I'm sure into the other folks. And it's something that I will never forget. And I miss that. And I hope one day I get to, once I have some free time, to walk down those hallways again and hear those practice rooms and the things that folks are doing. I think I digressed a little bit, but the point being is that, again, the tradition being carried on by folks who were just telling me, listen to this, listen to that, listen to this guy, listen to this guy. You need to listen to this dude. You need to check him out. And as we have been sitting here listening to Marshal Royal, more and more, I keep hearing the similarities, and I keep going back to Johnny Hodges, who, for me, for many years of my lifetime as a saxophonist, folks would say, "So who do you listen to?" And it was Johnny. It was Johnny. And then it became Coltrane, and then it was also Parker and Sonny, and then Sonny Stitt and Sonny Rollins and Coltrane and Ben Webster. And as we're sitting here listening to Lester Young and talking about all these different people, it's everybody, and that for me has been my experience. There are some people out there who listen to like one guy, one person, and said, "That's who I'm going to emulate and I'm going to learn," and that's fine. But I've been able to be blessed enough to, if I listen to somebody long enough, I'm going to start sounding like him. Put it that way.
Dickie's Dream, and it features just about everybody in
about
that.
That's all right. Which brings us to whatever you get ready to play.
No.
Can I jump in, Bobby? That was a great exposition, as all of your expositions are. But when I was at Berkeley, I just want to share that I don't know, I didn't listen to sax players. I went to the library and listened. There were tapes or whatever. I forget
remember
what it
that.
was at the library, when I was there. Maybe around the same time you were there. And I listened to Billie Holiday. I listened to vocalists. That's what I did when I was at Berkeley. So
Were you singing then? Do you end up?
No.
But you're right, Ken. I do sing. But Ken's right. So when I would practice, before I knew about Aebersold, my music -1 records and things like that, I would take a solo over the piano player, which now I think about it and it's kind of disrespectful, but it wasn't as predominant as the horn players were. And so I would take my solo over that and I would learn melodies doing that. But you're right. I think of myself when I'm playing a song as the vocalist. I really do. I tried, and that goes back to what I had said earlier about my mother saying play pretty for the people. It was singing. And I don't fancy myself as a vocalist. I don't. I just don't. And there's many reasons behind that. I hide behind my horn. I get to close my eyes and I get to play, and I love the sound that I get. I really do. I don't love the sound of my voice. I don't think many people do. I think if I were to listen to this back again, I'd be like, oh my goodness, what was I talking about? And how come I sound that way? Um, I have been encouraged by many, including my wife, to sing. And so I'm trying to sing now, but I sing best through my horn. And I really love to sing through my horn. And I really do think of myself as a vocalist. And I know you do as well, Ken, because that's the way to express it. It really true is when I play a melody, if I'm in that melody, and I try to be in that melody, um, I move myself to tears only because I'm feeling it, right? And I think that most vocalists who hit our hearts are the ones that feel it, like the Ellas and the Sarah Vaughns, and there's many, 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 many more today who do the same thing. I think that as saxophonists, I've been told, and I know you have as well, Ken, and anyone else who's a horn player out here, that it's the closest thing to the human voice. So I take that personally, really do, and I really try to sing through my horn.
yeah, and you do, Bobby. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments from? You're leading me to vocalists. Are we looking to a few singers now?
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. And then we'll hear some singing saxophones after this. But here's a little set of a few great singers.
When you have to find
never cried before. You'll even cry so loud, you'll give the blues to your neighbor next door, and you say, hey now, hey now. Hey now, hey now, hey now. Well, make it feel so bad that you lay right down and die. Well, I got the blues so bad, and I'm telling you, just hurt my feet to walk now. I got the blues so bad now, people like that just hurt my tongue to talk now. Hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now. Well, make it feel so bad that you lay right down and die. Then you cry, Lord, Lord, won't you hear my plea? I know you can have mercy on everybody, so won't you please send a little bit down to me? Hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now, hey now. Well, make it feel so bad that you lay right down and die.
Just kiss me. Just kiss me. Just kiss me once and you'll be back. Just hug me. Just hug me. Just hug me once and you'll be back. There's no use in bragging about your love and charm. You know your love is dragging, so fall in your mama's arms and just hug me and kiss me. Just kiss me once and you'll be back. I should let you suffer for all the things you've done. But I'm so tired of waiting. And now that you've come home, just hug me and kiss me. Just kiss me once and you'll be back.
Way down south in Birmingham, I mean south in Alabama, an old place where people go to dance the night away. They all drive or walk for miles to get jive, that southern style slow jive that makes you want to dance till break of day. junction where the town folks meet at each function. In their tux, they greet you. Come on down, forget your care. Come on down, you'll find me there. So long time, I'm headed for Tuxedo Junction now. Feeling low, rocking slow. Wanna go right back where I belong. Way down south in Birmingham, I mean South Alabama, an old place where people go to dance the night away. It's a junction where the town folks meet at each function. In their tux, they greet you. Come on down, forget your care. Come on down, you'll find me there. So long town, I'm headed for Tuxedo Junction now. Feeling low, rocking slow. Wanna go right back where I belong. Right back where I belong. Right back where I belong. Come on, take me back to Birmingham. I wanna go to Tuxedo Junction. Hey, Daddy dropped me off at Tuxedo Junction. Way down south, yeah. Come on and take me. Come on and take me, come on and take me, come on and take me, come on and take me. And Tuxedo Junction, way down south in Birmingham. I mean Alabama, I mean Tuxedo Junction. Ooh, I dig that tuxedo. Oh, I dig that tuxedo. Tuxedo Junction. Everybody off.
Ella Fitzgerald. Yeah, we were chatting about the vocals.
Yeah.
And we listened to 3 vocalists on that set. Preceding that was a lesser known person, Meredith Davis, and then the most famous, Mr. Ray Charles and Helen Hughes.
Ella.
Singers.
When
you play the sax, do you hear singers in your
absolutely
ears?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't I don't always know the words, but I know the melody. And when I do know the words, it's even better, of course. But Ella Fitzgerald, who we just heard, is probably one of the most influential singers of my life, with the Basie Band particularly. And we were just talking about how she swung the living daylights out of Mac the Knife and modulated and modulated and modulated. It just kept going and scatting. And I didn't understand it when I was a kid, but my uncle would say a lot of saxophone players and a lot of horn players just basically gave up when they heard her scat, because she was scatting. She was so much hipper than what they could even imagine. But she was just miles ahead. And she has totally been an influence in how she could just beautifully sing and lay down a ballad, and then swing the living daylights out of anything and hang with the best of them all. She was highly respected. I was lucky enough to see her with the Basie Band when I was a youngster. I'll never forget. I can see it plainly, and I grew up with that music. And I, again, talk about being blessed. But the vocalists, my wife's a vocalist. She's a beautiful vocalist. When you listen to a singer sing from their heart and soul, and really lift the lyrics off the sheet and touch you, that's the key. I grew up also, I think it's so important to say, for me, a huge influence was the church. Gospel music. It was in the house. Gospel jazz, swing, and Motown are those big influences, you know. And in every case, there was always horns. Mahalia Jackson, talk about a singer, out of our context that we're talking about right now. But Mahalia Jackson, just, you know, that her influence was, she was to me the Ella Fitzgerald of gospel. And then Ella just, I don't know. I don't know about anyone else who's a musician out here right now on this call, but I'm still stealing Ella licks and trying to make sense of those because she just knew.
Any questions from anybody? I think some of the Thursday Hot Clubs folks, I know William May is still here, but earlier Arthur Schwartz and David White, well, David's still here. There's a discussion that has happened about once a year about when musicians might play so-called corny music. So talking to you about Ella.
Yeah.
I mean, Ella sang Sunshine of Your Love. And there's nothing wrong with it.
No.
It's a great song. Every 15 and 30-year-old knew that song in 1969. So I'm going to do a quick set of Ella.
Beautiful.
Of songs. Any of us who grew up in the 1960s know these tracks. And since we got a palette of music, since I just mentioned that Marshall Royal's on every record. So here he is on these Ella tracks. You may not hear him, though he did the arrangements. So this is not Sergio Mendes in Brazil 66.
Ooh, when your eyes meet mine, pow, pow, pow. Ooh, I could lose my mind. Ow, ow, ow. It's a feeling that begins to grow inside me till I feel like I'm gonna explode. Oh, this is what you do to me. Are your lips saying things that you feel in your heart? If your heart is beating madly, then let the music start. Hold me, hold me. It's heaven, oh, it's heaven when you hold me. I want you night and day. Oh, I want you here to stay. Ooh, when your eyes meet mine, pow, pow, pow. Ooh, I could lose my mind. Ow, ow, ow. It's a feeling that begins to grow inside me till I feel like I'm gonna explode. Oh, this is what you do to me. Are your lips saying things that you feel in your heart? If your heart is beating madly, then let the music start. Hold me, hold me. It's heaven, oh, it's heaven when you hold me. I want you night and day. Ooh, I want you here to stay. I bet you're wondering how I knew about your plan to make me blue with some other girl you knew before. Between the two of us, I love you more. It took me by surprise, I must say, when I found out yesterday. Don't you know I heard it through the grapevine? Not much longer would you be mine. Don't you know I heard it through the grapevine? And I'm just about to lose my mind, honey, yes I am. Honey, yes I am. People say believe half of what you see, and none of what you hear. I can't help but be confused. If it's true, please, baby, tell me, dear, do you plan to let me go for the other girl you knew before? Oh, I hear it through the grapevine. Not much longer would you be mine. Don't you know I heard it through the grapevine? And I'm just about to lose my mind, honey, yes I am. Honey, yes I am. Go on, take a good look at these tears. Baby, baby, the tears I can't hide inside. Losing you will end my life, you see, because you mean so much to me. You could have told me yourself that you love somebody else. Instead, I heard it through the grapevine. Not much longer would you be mine. Oh, I heard it through the grapevine. And I'm just about to lose my mind. Honey, yes I am. Honey, yes I am. Honey, yes I am. Oh, please tell me, daddy, tell me too. I just wanna hear it from you. Don't wanna hear it from the grapevine. I'm about to blow my mind. Oh, I'm about to blow my mind. Honey, yes I am. About to blow my mind. Oh, I wanna hear it from you. Tell me, daddy, I don't wanna hear it from that grapevine. From you, I'm about to blow, blow my mind. I'm about to blow, blow I'm about to blow my mind. 'Cause I heard it through the grapevine. Got so weary of being nothing. Felt so dreary just doing nothing. Didn't care ever getting nothing. Felt so low. Now my eyes on the horizon can see a glow, announcing things ain't what they used to be. No use being a doubting Thomas. No ignoring that rosy promise. Now I know there's a happy story yet to come. It's the dawn of the day of glory. Millennium, I tell you things ain't what they used to be. Look at that army, fighting to be free. It doesn't bar me. shows me how to go with my head up. Eyes ain't looking low, don't feel fed up. That's how come I see a victory. Believe me, things ain't what they used to be. Got so weary of being nothing. Felt so dreary just doing nothing. Didn't care, getting nothing. Felt so low, now my eyes on the far horizon. Can see a glow, announcing things ain't what they used to be. No use being a down and timer. No ignoring that rosy promise. Now I know there's a happy story yet to come. It's the dawn of the day of glory. Millennium, I tell you things ain't what they used to be. Come on and look at that army, fighting to be free. It doesn't bore me, shows me how to go with my head up. Eyes ain't looking low, don't feel fed up. That's how come I see a victory. Believe me, things ain't what they used to be. I can see a glow, announcing things ain't what they used to be. Believe me, baby, I can see a glow, announcing things ain't what they used to be.
Ella Fitzgerald, backed up by another phenomenal arranger, Gerald Wilson. This was recorded in the late 1960s, maybe early 70s in Hollywood, where she was living. But that was Manteca. Dizzy's Piece. Before that, Duke Ellington's Things Ain't What They Used to Be. Before that, I Heard It Through the Grapevine. And before that, Machinata. History of music in 4 songs.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
We were talking about had there not been in Dizzy, had there not been in Ella, where would we be? I don't even want to think about it. I just don't know. And thank goodness we don't have to.
And we're talking about where did Dizzy come out of, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, growing up in South Carolina, there was radio, but not much. There was church. I have to pull out his book.
Well, it's church. It's to be and not to about. But church was, as I said earlier, I mean, I don't know of any other venue where I feel more comfortable and more, I almost said more better. That's so bad. I just love playing my horn in church. I really do. I love playing my horn, period. But in church, it's just the real true grit, the soul, the spirit, the soul coming out of me. And I think out of anybody who plays, who's had the opportunity to do that too. But I think that's where it really started for Dizzy. I mean, if you read that book, To Be or Not to Bop, and I haven't read the full thing, so I'm not going to pretend that I have. But what I did read about it as I skimmed through it years ago, you know, his whole thing was those guys were in awe of the musicians that came before him. They really were. You know, and Parker talked about how, you know, oh my goodness, who was it that he went to New York with, and they couldn't believe how fast these guys were playing, and they wanted to do it, and then they started playing fast, you know, and they started doing their thing. Coltrane talked about it too, like, oh my goodness, these guys are playing at lightning speed, and what are they doing? And they figured out what was going on, and you know, I am so thankful. I just really am about the foundations that were laid down with these folks who, as you and I talked about, you know, who knows what kind of money they were making back then, and you know how they were being treated back then, but they were still giving their heart and soul, everything that they were doing, and they made it possible for us to be sitting here right now, and for the young musicians who are studying to explore themselves and the music that came before them. I don't know. I don't even know how to articulate that in any other way.
You know, one of the interesting things, people hear the name Marshal Royal and they think Count Basie. They don't think Marshal Royal. You listen to his music from the 20s and 30s and 40s, 70s, 80s, 90s. So almost 4.5 decades of music without Mr. Basie. And he's very open in his book. He, I think, appreciated the time. And again, it's a regular paycheck, though he did record 50, 60, 70 sessions in those 2 decades. But there are a lot of striking things about, because we talked about earlier, him getting paid a lot of money as a teenager because of the Hollywood movies that were available, who needed a person who could play violin, clarinet, alto.
I think that's interesting too, Bill. When you think about the right time, right place, you know, and breaking in, you know, in the early 1900s film industry, you know, we were moving out of silent movies where a lot of it was piano, right? A lot of it was. A lot of times, actually, those silent movies, they had piano players in the theaters playing the music that go along with the movies, which is pretty outrageous. And then, oh my goodness, what was his name? Who really turned symphonic music and put them as soundtracks. I don't want to misquote it, but I want to say it was
Bukowski, or who was
Vivaldi? Tchaikovsky.
Dalkowski did the Walt Disney movie, Fantasia.
Those types of movies started really just becoming soundtracks, right? But those were beginnings.
I was on a plane overseas this year, and I remember I think it's John Batiste. They were showing the animated Soul. Do you see that? Oh, you got to see it.
All right.
It's about a down and out musician in New York.
Wow.
And,
I'd love to see that.
kind of the magic comes to tell him what you're doing is, no, it's a great movie. I don't know if anyone's seen that, but
the timing, I guess that's the thing. And I lived in Los Angeles. I lived only for a couple of years in Los Angeles. But the thing that people would tell me is either you're going to be a touring musician or you're going to be a studio musician. You can't, or there's three things. You could be that, be touring, studio, or you were just going to be a local musician. You know, but you had to break into the scene some way or another. I didn't get the opportunity. I didn't stay long enough to do anything but be a local musician. But it's interesting how, you know, the film industry employs so many musicians, so many.
Yeah.
I really want to hear that tune I was telling you about that I got turned on to Marshall. It was I think it was Don't Be That Way.
No, figured out it wasn't Don't Be That Way.
It was a different one.
It's somewhere in this computer in front of us. You know, I was thinking,
You're Not That Kind.
You're Not That Kind.
was it.
Okay.
You're Not That Kind.
Let me dig that up.
We'll get that up, yeah, in a minute.
We'll play a medley of pieces that feature
Marshall.
Yeah, because we haven't listened to Marshall enough tonight. And this is a feature of not just Marshall, but, and I remember so many great musicians said to me, and I said, who? That who when I was in my teens. You know, because we talk about Dizzy or Louis Armstrong. And these musicians said to me, no, the best trumpet player who ever lived is Snooky Young.
Okay.
So this is Marshall and Snooky.
All
And
right.
it ties into a piece Duke Ellington wrote about his, so this is a medley of pieces, but the third piece is Come Sunday. That kind of ties into what Bobby's talking about.
Yeah.
It's the blues folks have been singing for years, but the mean dog blues will really bring tears. Now the mean dog blues is really bad news, where men of all races are sent to pay their dues. It's a prison compound with mean dogs around. Mean dog blues will tear you down. And there's one thing more I want you to know, that everybody's gonna reap just what they sow. Beware and dig these cues, cause it could happen to me or you. The mean dog blues. have been singing for years, but the mean dog blues will really bring tears. Now the mean dog blues is really bad news, where men of all races are sent to pay their dues. It's a prison compound with mean dogs around. Mean dog blues will tear you down. And there's one thing more I want you to know, that everybody's gonna reap just what they sow. Beware and dig these cues, cause it could happen to me or you. The mean dog blues.
The record entitled Snooky and Marshall's album. Snooky Young and Marshall Royal. Great musician we are celebrating his life and his music tonight. I'm Bill Goldberg. With me is Bobby Tynes. I think we first talked about Marshall Royal 2 years ago. So finally got you here.
I'm finally here. So happy to be here.
Thank you. Such a pleasure. Nice audience here. Cambridge Yacht Club is with you 2 Wednesdays a month, sometimes more, August less. And we're going to switch back to a piece you brought up. One of the first scenes you heard.
Yeah,
Tell
You're
us
Not
about
That Kind.
You're Not That Kind. Tell us about this song.
So it's from when I first heard it, I was just a beginner. And my uncle was trying to influence me, and as jazz musicians will do, say you need to listen to this cat, you need to listen to that cat, listen to this cat. But I remember listening to this album and wearing it out. Actually, the funny story about this album was, after my uncle passed away, it was given to me, and then it ended up in a fire, and it got destroyed. And so I couldn't find it, and I couldn't find the recording of this particular song nor the album. And I combed, as I said earlier, I went to several record stores looking for it. And then finally, thank goodness, YouTube and other places, there are folks out there that upload music. But this album is a great album. If you can find it, it's called Basie Roars Again. There's another one called Basie Rides Again, which comes up a lot on eBay. It's not the same. This song, as we were listening to it, my uncle told me about Marshall, and he was like, listen to these high notes and listen to how he phrases and check it out. And I was thinking, but he sounds like Johnny. But I have, as people plant seeds in your mind, it was one of those that never left my mind. And I wanted to sound this way. I wanted to try to play this way. But let's check it out. Because it looks like there's a couple of recordings of it now. You're Not That Kind is the name of the tune. But it was the one particularly is on Basie Roars Again. Very rare album.
So this is from the Clef and Verve days. So this is 50s.
It might be. Yeah.
I mean,
could be.
Here we have 3 selections. They're all the same. 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
I bet it's it. You'll know when you hear that high note. Listen for the high note. Yeah, Ken, I think you heard it.
Yeah, he's sitting like what, a high concert D,
Well, it might even be. I'm not
like
sure.
a F on the horn above, an octave above, right?
It was up there. It was up there. But his phrase, I mean, come on. We were
Beautiful.
just talking about it too. It's like, so Johnny, Marshall, Johnny, Marshall, so similar. And what Bill and I were talking about is, so why wasn't he featured more like that in the basic recordings, right? Great question.
You know, even when you go back to the 1930s Basie recordings,
Yeah.
he's featuring Prez, Herschel.
Ah,
After they left, it was Buddy Tate, and so he's featuring tenor players. There's one other alto player in the room. Not sure if he was glued in. I'm not going to pick on him. He knows who I'm talking about. A very fine alto saxophonist. But maybe he didn't hear it. Maybe he was cooking dinner like other people here.
You know, you were talking a little bit ago about corny songs. You know, you were mentioning the
I take that
pieces.
back.
Well, no,
we're
I
not
just
corny.
wanted, but I wanted to comment on it. I mean, the pieces that were on the Ella recording, right? I think you were referring to those. You know, I think that I'm not convinced there are corny songs. I think there are corny arrangements and there are corny performances. I mean, you know, Miles doing Cyndi Lauper, was that corny? No, it was like he took a great song and he did his own thing with it. And that's what has been done in jazz forever.
We're
Taking
talking about
pop.
Biscuit a Tasket.
Yeah, well, there's that, you know. I mean, personally, I'm not fond of some of the choices that, you know, some people have made in their performances. I think the arrangements, the production can lend a piece to sounding to me to be corny or whatever, to be not as spontaneous, not as authentic. But it's not the song, you know, it's the performance, it's the arrangement, it's the
I agree.
yeah.
I totally agree. I think a great song is a great song is a great song. It really depends on who's delivering it. But a
Yeah.
great song can be done in so many, as we all know. I'm not saying anything that we none of us on this call don't know. Uh, but you can do it in any style.
Yeah.
It's a great song and it's strong. It will carry through. But the person who is delivering it really does matter. Corny,
Yeah.
it's a funny term. Corny is
Yeah.
a funny term.
I think I made the mistake of using that word because on April Fool's Day, on the Jazz History Database, the Thursday Hot Club that Ben Young hosts, and it's a 6-8 hours, a lot of scholars, phenomenal scholars. And they were kind of picking on Ella when she did Sunshine of Your Love. And they were kind of, you know, toying with that. They would not spend 5 hours talking about Count Basie. They would with talking about Basie with Prez, you know, or Herschel Evans. But you know, not his 1950s and 1960s stuff. So, you know, as Willie says, it's a great example of time after time. And I saw her, Cyndi Lauper, in that were Max's Kansas City back in my youth, and loved it.
I mean, you know, I thought that the Heard It Through the Grapevine. I mean, I thought that was not a good performance. You know, I mean, it was Ella, and you know, maybe it's not a good idea to say anything bad about anything Ella does, but I thought it was not a great treatment of that song. I don't know if that was her choice or producer's choice or the record company's choice, but it didn't seem like, you know, I mean, she did a bunch of scatting at the end, and you know, but I didn't think it was great. So anyway.
How many thousands of songs did she probably have to reject during her career? You know. So
Yeah, choices.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, just going back to Time After Time, I bet that Time After Time was not a producer or a record company's choice.
No,
that
it
was Miles.
Yeah.
Right. So that matters.
Well, that matters about, Miles had the luxury. He chose. He knew what he wanted to do. Yeah.
Always.
And then again, it was very, very timely. I mean, it was a great, you know, there's nothing wrong with pop music.
Well, that's where the standards came from.
Yeah, right.
So,
One of the, Ella's career was helped by, producer Norman Granz. And I think Norm mentioned that he regretted not doing more of the songbooks when he, had a chance. It was probably not that easy because they're not Columbia Records producing Miles or Cyndi Lauper.
right. But remember, you and I, when we weren't, with everyone else, we were talking about how Ella did, I think it was 3 nights in Hollywood.
Yeah. Right.
And it's amazing. She covered everything that she could possibly talk about. American Songbook. She didn't just sing the choruses, which is what we are all used to. She sang the verses to all of the songs leading into the choruses. And then like a Funny Valentine that has a verse. And then the standard piece is what we know as the AABA format or whatever it may be. But not many folks, even to this day, will sing the leading into verse to the song because they're coming off of Broadway and all that. There's a story that's told before you even get to Funny Valentine. So,
and wasn't that a kind of a small venue compared to a lot of places?
Oh, it was tiny.
Yeah.
It was tiny.
But just think about being with 80 people.
Yeah.
With Ella.
And she didn't. The fact of the matter is, she took almost every single solo, and the piano player might have gotten maybe an A section. So I wish the recording is awesome to listen to. I think it's called 3 Nights in Hollywood.
3 Nights, yeah. Where shall we go now? Any requests? Anything else people want to hear? Actually, it's funny. I pull up, I go through another Basie, and I get Frankly Basie. Count Basie plays the hits of Frank Sinatra.
Oh my goodness! Do you want to? How about I Thought About You? I see that sitting there. That's a great tune. Talk about a pop tune. The Wee Small Hours of the Morning. Another great one. And
Do either of you, Bobby or Bill, have a Freddie Green record? I noticed that he does have a couple of albums attributed to him, where he's considered the front man, but I was fascinated. You were saying he always played acoustic, right? Never played electric in all those years with Basie?
That's what Marshal Royal says in the book we've been talking about.
That's amazing to me. I want to explore him a little bit.
Yeah. I will look for something. I see a few things with Freddie as a co-leader, but on the Thursday Hot Club, Giancarlo Cervone has 45s that were pressed for the Armed Force Records, and some that Freddie Green.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard Freddie play the lead on anything. Quite honestly, he's always been the guy that just stays home and keeps that rhythm constant. And there's a guy named David Newsom. He's a New England guy. He teaches at Berkeley now, and he and I have been playing together for almost 40 years. I can't believe that now. I can say that. But David's that kind of player. I mean, he can play Freddie Green easily, but he's also a great soloist. He's a great accompanist, all the above. But you're right. I don't know. If you have something with Freddie playing the lead, it would be great to hear him.
Well, let's try this. When I put it into my little magic chamber, this is what they lead me. Here we go. This is a track called Back and Forth.
Yeah, thanks. It'd be interesting to me to hear that cut with the guitar taken out of it, which you probably can do with some of these music editing programs now. But plus, to hear somebody put together kind of just a album of rhythm guitarists, you know, what they're, I think they're pretty underappreciated.
Great, especially Freddie Green.
Yeah.
And he was performing with Basie for decades, but was sort of, in my mind too, we think of him in those Decca recordings of the 1930s.
Yeah.
And then again, as everyone knows, was there a rhythm section?
Yeah.
Quite the same.
I mean, he just was the guy who stayed home all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you think about the guys that were born out of him, like Wes Montgomery and those guys, who just came out of him.
Yeah.
Took what he was doing and built upon it.
Yeah, guitar had a different function in the 1920s and 1930s, and kind of Charlie Christian changed all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm sure we dig a little bit, not even that deeply, you'll find some great. Yeah.
I think every musician that we've listened to, and you've probably done many of them, is a session that we sit here and talk about, because their contributions are just so huge.
Yeah.
And where would we be without them?
Next time I talk to John Carlo, I'll get some information from him, because he has 78s of Freddie Green as a leader from the 40s.
Wow.
Which have not moved. I mean, this record here is from the 50s, 56. Yeah.
Wow.
So when the musician's going to go in and record more than 2 or 4 tracks.
Yeah.
And not for,
just a straight session.
Yeah.
No, you just took it until you got it right.
Yeah. Wow. We can go to more Freddie Green. One of the records that we'll really get Ken's, he did a record. And actually, Gordon Jenkins did some nice records, but Freddie did a record with Gordon Jenkins where he solos a lot.
Yeah.
It's probably, I'd rather hear, Marshall with Lawrence Welk than Gordon Jenkins.
Oh, okay.
So.
Oh, I think I know.
Bill, Bill, you got a question from somebody. They got their hand raised.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dave Reese.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And talking about Freddie Green, Clark Terry claims that they had a little group of guys in Basie's band. If a guy wore a hat they didn't like, they would destroy it, they would hide it and everything. And Freddie Green came in, he was amplified, and they kept tearing up his speaker, tearing his wire, so he finally gave up with the amplification. So he did come in, now, according to Clark Terry, he did come in amplified. Oh. I forgot they had the name of the gang. If guys that had a coat they didn't like, it would disappear. So that's it from Clark Terry. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
That's cold-blooded, though. That really is. That's just wrong.
It is.
Okay. Now let's listen to Marshall with Gordon Jenkins. This is called A Pagan Love Song.
Linger in your eyes.
Well, no one left the room.
Nope.
But I like his solo on Ain't Misbehaving. Yes, sir. No question. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't know, and I know I keep talking about Uncle Al, but he was a major influence in my life, but I don't know which one he sounded more like anymore. I mean, Marshall or Johnny, what a beautiful blend. And I could spend the rest of my life being as corny as possible playing like those two and be happy as can be. How satisfying that music is to me. It just is. It just feels great.
And as we said, we've got too few solos. And we just got to hear a nice set of 3 great solos by him. No question about it. So.
Yeah. I mean, Schmaltzy, somebody said, true. And he did save it from that. And I want to, I arguably, when you had strings behind you and somebody spent the dough to get you those arrangements and to have those folks be in the studio with you, like, remember Bird with strings and all the others, Sarah Vaughan and all those folks with strings. I mean, that was a big honor back in those days. My goodness. If corny is corny, I'm happy to be corny for the rest of my life.
I think we can toss that.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not the fact that there are strings or the fact that there are singers. It's how they're arranged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. And I thought that first thing with all the singers, the chorus there, I mean, it was the singers I was responding to, not the playing.
No. It's funny.
The arrangement.
Things that we do. Things that we just play our horns. Wow. To make our music.
Let's listen to the only time Duke Ellington and Count Basie joined in the studio.
This is the only time.
I think it's the only time.
Wow.
They must have been at concerts, festivals,
right, different parts of the world
at the same time. But this was, Columbia recording. So
wow, great song too.
Yeah.
even think of his name. But it's funny now and then how my thoughts go drifting back again to my old flame. My old flame. My new lover's arms seem so tame. For there never was a gent more magnificent or elegant than my old flame. I've met so many who have fascinating ways, a fascinating gaze in their eyes. Some that took me up to the sky, but their attempts at love were only imitations of my old flame. Just can't think of his name, but I'll never be the same until I discover what became of my old flame. My old flame. It's funny now and then how my thoughts go drifting back again to my old flame. My old flame. My new lover's arms seem so tame. Well, there never was a gent more magnificent or elegant than my old flame. I met so many who had fascinating ways, a fascinating gaze in their eyes. Some that took me up to the sky, but their attempts at love were only imitations of my old flame. Just can't think of his name, but I'll never be the same until I discover what became of my old flame.
down in Martinique Isle. It's got any minuet beat a mile. Low down quality, they call it Ebony Rhapsody. Instead of playing music like you do, They supply a little classical voodoo. They keep swinging while they're singing Ebony Rhapsody. It's got those licks, it's got those tricks that Mr. Litz would never recognize. It's got that beat, that tropic heat. You shake until you make the old thermometer rise. Oh, Lordy, yes, they wear bandanas. Go to market singing tired hosannas, swaying to that Ebony Rhapsody.
In the mid-1930s, Duke Ellington spent some time in Los Angeles, and there was a young teenager. I think he was 20 by then, but he got to record in 1934 with Duke Ellington Orchestra. The last piece we heard is called Ebony Rhapsody. It's on an RCA Victor record from 78. Vocalist was Ivy Anderson. Preceding that, we heard Duke, My Old Flame. As mentioned, that was Mae West on vocals.
Yeah. Cool.
And then we heard the only time I know of where Duke Ellington and Count Basie, that must have been some studio. Who arranged that with,
I don't know,
40 people?
I was wondering if it was both bands, you know. Can you imagine dueling bands? Wow.
I know. So that's the, it's called First Time, Columbia Records, released in 1961. According to this, it was recorded on Columbia Studios on 30th Street. 2 pianos, Duke Ellington and Count Basie. 3 alto saxophonists, Johnny Hodges, Russell Procope, and Marshal Royal. That's my homework this weekend when I'm exercising, is to listen to that record closely and choose between those 3.
That would have been, like, you know, the picture of One Day in Harlem?
Oh, yeah.
How cool would that picture be?
Yeah.
I wonder if there is. They captured it, that session.
That's a great point. I don't know. You know, there's a lot of photos from Blue Note, and I think Blue Note 2 was clearly, or Rudy Van Gelder, was a labor of love.
Wow.
And I don't know if it was the same thing in Columbia Studios.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
If only there was an iPhone back then.
Nah. No, thank you. But I understand your sentiment. Okay. Everyone doing okay? It's 8:35. I think we all know where we are. Sun is finally setting. Our last few days of sunny weather. Oh. Okay.
Wow.
Comments, questions, requests?
I have a request.
Okay.
I know we're talking about Marshall,
Mm-hmm.
but I sure would like to hear Mac the Knife version of Ella, going back to Ella again, if that's a possibility.
Of course.
Because that is one of those turning points in my life.
Do you want to hear this? Yeah, the first one that comes up is Alive in Berlin.
That's the one, I think.
That's the one.
Where she just keeps swinging it.
Yep. That, I recall, that was kind of move in the 80s from cassette tapes
I think you're right.
to CDs. And this came out in a CD, and my jaw hit the pavement.
It's intense.
Yeah.
It really is.
Good choice. Great choice.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We like to do something for you now. We haven't heard a girl sing it. And since it's so popular, we'd like to try and do it for you. We hope we remember all the words. Oh, the shark has pearly teeth, dear, and he shows them pearly white. Just a jackknife has McHeath, dear, and he keeps it up.
Dig, man, there goes Mac the Knife. Oh, the shark has pretty teeth, dear, and he shows them a pearly white. Just a jackknife has Mac Heat, dear, and he keeps it out of sight. When the shark bites with his teeth, dear, scarlet billows start to spread. Fancy gloves, though, wears Mac Heat, dear, so there's not a trace of red on the sidewalk. Sunday morning, baby, lies a body oozing life. Someone sneaking around the corner. Is there someone Mac the Knife from a tugboat by the river? A cement bags drooping down. Yes, the cement's just for the weight, dear. Bet you Mac he's back in town. Look at here, Louis Miller disappeared, dear, after drawing out his cash. And Mac Heat spends like a sailor. Did our boy do something rash? Suki Tawdry, Jenny Diver, Lottie Lanyard, Sweet Lucy Brown. Oh, the line forms on the right, dears. Now that Mac He's back in town. Take it, Satch.
You're late, Mr. Crow. That's okay. And thank you, iPad number 2. That's your niece, your granddaughter.
That's my niece Jackie.
Who was the piano player on that cut?
We thought you would know.
He sure sounded good.
He sounded good. Did you know Marshal Royal? We've been listening to him. We kind of diverted.
I got to know him when I was working opposite the Basie band at Birdland with Terry Gibbs, and I got to know all those guys.
Wow. This is an amazing, I was just handed this book. It's a great photo of you. I can't wait to read this book.
Dennis Stock took that picture.
Yeah.
That's a great shot. It's really cool. You're just like working, man.
I got a funny story that Marshall is involved in. When Joe Newman was on Basie's band, when Joe Wilder joined the band, they were old friends. And so Joe Newman says to Joe Wilder, give me your parts on that. He hands him like 5 or 6 trumpet parts. He says, you take the solos on these, you know. So a little later, he says to he says to Marshall, Joe's really changed. He used to want all the solos for himself, And Marshall says, "Let me see what he gave you." And he says, "We haven't played any of these charts for 6 months."
It's just dirty.
My guest tonight is Bobby Tynes, who's a local saxophonist here, alto, multiple sax. And Marshall was one of the first folks he love.
Yeah.
Tell us about, we just talked, his sound is such a gem.
Yeah.
Talk about
Ernie was pretty good
the
too.
first time.
I say Ernie was pretty good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about
Ernie
Ernie a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It just it was funny, that band, that he had just put that band back together after having an 8-piece band for a while, and Gus Johnson was the drummer, and Frank West and Frank Foster were there, and Benny Green, and Marshall just that sound of his just led the whole band. It was just everybody matched him, and the section sounded beautiful.
So when he joined Basie, your friend Gus was the drummer, and he didn't play, up until that time. I guess he's 38, 39 years old, and he'd never played with the drummer so perfect.
Yeah.
Very disappointing when Gus left the band, but he said Sonny Payne wasn't bad himself. He wasn't as subtle.
Yeah.
He drove it like a locomotive.
Well, it's funny. I was there the night that happened. Gus went to the hospital with a hernia operation, and so Basie said, "Well, who should we get?" They were playing opposite Bill Davis's trio at that time, and Bill's drummer was Sonny Payne's father. So he said, "Well, Sonny's not doing anything," So he came down and he did his whole show, and Basie's manager says, "That's what you need." So just kind of kept him, and Gus was out of business, so it worked out good to my advantage, because Jerry Mulligan, I was with Jerry's quartet at the time, and neither of his regular drummers were available for the gigs that he had coming up. And he said, "Who should we get?" And I said, "Well, Gus Johnson's not doing anything. He's a bank guard in
Oh no.
in the Bronx at the moment, but he sure will swing you into bad health if you don't mind that he's an older generation." So Jerry agreed to do that, and he stayed with us for about a year, and we just had such a wonderful time playing with him.
So wow. So you played with Jerry Mulligan.
Uh-huh.
Wow, I love that cat too. Is it not? I mean, I think I might have to move in. Sit here and talk about jazz all night long. I play a I don't play it out that often, but I was able to pick up what they call a Con Naked Lady baritone. And
yeah.
He played. I don't know if he played on that particular make.
No, but I know he liked the Con.
Yeah.
Selmer was always trying to get him to take one of their saxophones, and he said, if you can put your beautiful action on my beautiful Con, I'll be glad to play it.
Yeah.
But he liked the sound of the metal the Con produced.
That's right. It's hard to sound. It's hard to get his smooth sound. That's the thing. Baritone
They
player
used a very hard reed.
Hard reed in a
I was always seeing him cut fives down,
Wow,
and trying to make them harder. So I said, "Look, LeBlanc would probably be thrilled to make you some sixes if you need them." And he says, "Oh yeah, I don't know how to," I said, "Well, let me write the letter." So I wrote a letter to LeBlanc, and he signed it, asking could they make him, and they sent him about 5 or 6 boxes of sixes.
What?
Yeah.
I think my jaw hurts just thinking about it. That's insane. That's like playing on a
Well,
tree.
it's funny about reeds. I know when I was talking to Ben Webster, he was saying, I can't find a good reed anymore. And he used to use a very hard reed and an open lay on his mouthpiece, you know, and he thought nobody else could play his horn, and he had it sitting on a stand in a club on 52nd Street, and Bird walked in, picked it up, and played the shit out of it. You know?
Man, Bird was always a spoiler for what I understand. Made a lot of people upset.
Well, I love that story that Phil Woods told when he was working across the street from Arthur's in a place that later became the Garage, but at that time it was the Village Nut Club. And they were playing for strippers or something in there, and he heard that Bird was across the street at Arthur's sitting in on somebody's tenor. So he ran over and he said, "Would you like to play my alto?" And Bird says, "Oh yeah, great." And Phil said, "You know, at that time I was not happy with my horns. I didn't like my reed. I didn't like my mouthpiece." He says, "I didn't even like my strap." and he said, "I took that horn over and Bird played it so beautifully, I realized there wasn't nothing wrong with that horn. I just need to go back into the woodshed for a while."
Well, you know, it's crazy because Phil Woods ended up with Bird's horn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he married.
did. Yeah, he married. And he ended up having that horn. Well,
Yeah.
maybe not that horn, but
one of those horns.
Bird had.
We are his horn.
Bird had
Um,
horns.
Bird's horn was in the hawk shop, so
right.
he often was playing on something else, you know.
Yeah, but he sounded like Bird, no matter whether it was plastic or metal. Didn't matter.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was down there the night they gave Bird that plastic alto at Birdland. And he just picked it up and played the hell out of it.
Wow.
Bill, we just got a question from David Reese. He said, David just did a podcast with Terry Gibbs, who makes you look like a middle-aged person. Terry's 100 years old now, he says.
Yeah, I'm only 97.
And you're still playing.
Terry does not have to, he said, Terry, I didn't have to ask Terry anything. He told one funny story after another.
Yeah.
Live,
And he
David?
does that every Saturday when he can. You know, he's got a friend that comes over and kind of takes the questions, and Terry answers them. You know, I always try to catch that if I'm home.
So, Bill, where are you playing in New York right now? If I were
Well, right now, I just have a steady Sunday afternoon with Ryo Sasaki's quartet, a very nice quartet. Steve Little on drums and Steve Ash on piano. And we play from 2 to 3, and then we're there till 5 for people to sit in. You know, it's like a jam session thing.
Yeah.
And it's nice. A lot of good musicians come by and play with us, you know, so it's very good.
Is that in Manhattan or?
Yeah, that's in the Village on 10th Street.
All right. Because sometimes my wife and I have started to frequent New York again, and I would love to come and see you and hang out, and I'll bring my horn.
Yeah.
And
We're not going to
yeah,
be there on the
check it out.
29th because it's Pride Day, the parade, you know.
Yeah.
And the Village is going to be jammed with people, so they decided not to have it that day.
Wow. So this is this week. Yeah.
Yeah, we're there. We're there this week.
Awesome. Wow.
And they don't charge any cover charge for the afternoon jam sessions. They just ask you to buy one taste and and enjoy the music.
Wow.
So I'm going to play something by Curtis Mosby. Do you remember him? Are you familiar?
No.
All right, good. Okay. He led a band in Los Angeles in the 1930s for many, many years. Did quite well.
I noticed that they signified hip by having a whole tone scale in the introduction. That was very popular in those days.
I guess you could not hear. I don't know. I didn't hear Marshall Royals on that record.
Yeah, he must have been in those sax sections. Section sounded good.
He sounded great. He was a baby, I guess, then. Well, we said he was 1914. He was born. So what was he then?
Where was he born originally?
He was born in Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
But he only lived there a few years. So his parents were smart and they moved to L.A.
Yeah.
But both his parents were very accomplished musicians.
Uh-huh.
Mother was a piano teacher and his, his kid brother, Ernie's 8 years younger than.
Is he really?
8 years, yeah.
Wow.
Wow. I didn't realize that. I played a lot of record dates with Ernie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sure. We did one with Jimmy Cleveland. It was called The Map of Cleveland. And Ernie was there, and I forget now who all was on that date, but Ernie Wilkins wrote the charts, so it was good.
Wow.
Okay. I'm going to play a little Lionel Hampton now. Also with
Marshall?
With Marshall, yeah. This is called Smart Alec.
Uh-huh.
on bass was Vernon Alley. I've read a lot about him, but I think, did you ever hear Vernon? Do you know him? Bill?
I just met him when I was working in California one time. He came in to hear us, and it was a pleasure to meet him. I'd heard about him for a long time. But when I left Seattle, I came right out here. I didn't spend much time in California except when I was on the road with Jerry.
And we got to hear Mr. Royal. Sorry, I misspelled that. Marshall Alley. I guess I'm thinking about Vernon Alley. But Marshall took a clarinet solo there.
Beautiful clarinet solo.
Yeah.
I'm curious. As we were listening, I was saying to this Bill how I got to meet and spend some time with Walter Booker. And there's a young bass player at the time, he's my age now, David Zinno, who hung out with Walter a lot and took a lot of lessons from him. But I'm wondering if David ever had an opportunity to meet you and work with you too. Dave Zinno is a wonderful bass player.
Yeah, I don't think so. Was he from California?
No, he was from Rhode Island. He lives down in Newport now. Yeah, but he was living in
where my
Newport.
son lives now in Providence.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, they probably know each other. I mean, great player, but we're definitely going to come find you at Smalls Jazz Club sometime soon.
All right, great. I wonder who wrote that little tune.
It's a cool tune.
Smart Alec? Let's see.
Yeah.
It has some hip stuff going on in it.
Yeah. And the guitar player had certainly been listening to I can't think of anybody's name these days.
That was Irving Ashby on guitar.
Oh, it was.
Yeah. Yeah, the band was Marshall on clarinet, Ray Perry on alto sax, Sir Charles Thompson on keyboard.
Yeah.
Ashby, and I mentioned Vernon Alley and drummer.
Uh-huh.
The Young.
I just got that Mosaic set of piano players that Sir Charles is on one of the CDs, and Ray Bryant, and then there's a whole bunch of Ellis Larkins and Mel Powell. It's a wonderful collection. I'm listening to it now, and then I'm going to give it to my friend Leonika Schubel. She needs to hear these guys.
Wow.
One of the people Marshall spent a lot of time with in his early days was Eddie Haywood.
Oh, yeah.
Did you come in contact with Eddie over the years?
No, I never did. I listened to his records a lot.
Okay. Let's take a quick listen to one of the top 10 songs of 1952. It was we listened to Time After Time early. We didn't listen to it, we talked about it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Here's a song, and I bet you played this song more than a dozen times.
Yes, I played that song a number of times, and the person that spoiled it for me was Joe Stafford. You know, her version of as Cinderella P. Stump. Uh, she sang it like a country and western song with only about three chords. Is, you came. I was alone. I'm sure. Shucks. I should have known that you was temptation. You know.
When I hear the song, I think of a few people, but I think of Peggy Lee. Did you ever perform with Peggy Lee?
No, I never got the chance.
No. You probably heard her a lot, though.
Oh, a lot. Yeah.
Wow. I was just saying, it's so I'm very honored to be here. Period. But to have you pop in to a whole nother level, it's been a great time. Really and truly has. I could stay here all night. Um, I do want to say that I am turning into a pumpkin.
Okay, understand.
I've got to get up at 4:30 tomorrow. I'm honored to be the principal of an elementary school here in Cambridge, and it's a great honor, but it's very busy.
It starts early.
It starts very early, and it goes. We are an 8-hour school, and we're in June. Let's put it that way. It's been quite the year.
Yeah.
But
They must be bouncing off walls now.
oh my goodness gracious! You mean the teachers?
Well, yeah, the teachers.
The teachers and the parents are all full of anxiety because they know we're going to be turning all their kids back over to them.
Yeah.
Full time. If they
My,
don't.
my son's an occupational therapist and works in the Pawtucket school system up in Rhode Island.
Okay, so
he's doing the same thing. He's getting ready to get out of there for the summer. You know?
Yeah, yeah. And so for me, I don't get the entire summer off, but what it does mean is I get to do more music. And I'm excited about that because I got a lot of shedding to do. I do have a record coming out. Can I plug that a little bit?
Of course. Can you play some or?
I don't have any with me. It's actually, it has nothing to do with my saxophone. It's all Native American flutes that I've collected over the years for a couple of decades.
Oh, really?
Ocarinas and wooden flutes and so on and so forth. So I'm playing those compositions that I wrote. I'm playing all the drums. I'm playing all the percussion.
Wow.
I just, I have a little studio of my own in a room similar to this one that we're in. But it's coming out Friday, I think it is. And so it should be on all the different platforms. What's cool about it though is, these days you can't even use bird sounds or anything else like that without having to pay for it. So I recorded all the birds, I recorded all the streams, everything, everything. And I had a great time doing it. And it was a dream. Even when I was at Berkeley trying to be a better horn player, I kept thinking about I want to do this kind of music though too. So I'm really excited about that. So I wanted to plug that. I also want to just plug music education and how important it truly is as musicians, as listeners. We just got to keep it alive. And this has been such a great walk back down the path that I have traveled so long. Listening to the various musicians and meeting various musicians tonight who continue to walk the journey, who are so into it, who are encouraging other people to listen to other people. Thank you, Will, for doing that. Because listening to other people is so important and reading their stories and just keeping it going. So I'm really thankful to the folks that have laid down the ground for me. And I take it very serious in terms of laying that ground down for others. And so it's been a pleasure. It really, truly has been a pleasure.
Do you know about the Merlin app?
Merlin, I don't. The bird, yes, for birds, yes.
The ornithology department at Cornell figured this out. That you can put it on your phone, and if you hear a bird, you turn it on, and it tells you what it is.
That's right. I was talking about that earlier with one of my colleagues, and they were saying to me, "Yeah, you got to do it." I have it, but they also try to get you to sign up and all that sort of stuff too.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that. You can just use it.
That's right, and I like bird watching too. I mean, remember the old books? Well, I still have those old books. So you go,
yeah.
What does that bird sound look like? And now we have we have digital graphics of what sounds are, but in those books you open them up and it shows you the pattern of bird songs.
Uh-huh.
And I remember hearing a long time ago when I was just getting started how Grover Washington Jr. would listen to birds and write songs off of it. So this is kind of what this album is about. Is
Okay.
kind of stealing their songs from them and oh no, sharing their songs, not stealing, but sharing their songs.
My wife and I got started bird watching when we were both in San Francisco. She was working as a costume person for an off Broadway show that was, and I was working there with Mulligan at the same time. So we ended up staying on Buckwheat's houseboat up in Sausalito, and he had left his field glasses on the table by the window, and we're watching the birds out the window. I said, "Oh man, look at this," you know. And so right after that, we went to Japan, and I picked up a pair of really good, 2 pairs of really good binoculars, and we got started in Central Park, you know.
They're amazing. Birds are amazing. And I'll just say one more thing about the local cats around here. I don't know for sure whether Mr. Mulligan brought his horn to Emilio Lyons, but the saxophone doctor who is still alive and well and still working on saxophones. I just want to say again while we're here how appreciative I am of him and the work that he does on not only my saxophone, but so many locals and national saxophone players. But his stories are amazing. The things that he tells me about Sonny Rollins and Illinois Cat and all the other cats.
Oh God.
I'd love to see the two of you in a room together.
I was interested in, you know, Jerry was his horn when he had it on the neck strap, the way it was balanced was that when he wasn't pushing with his right hand, it would fall away from him, and he wanted it to fall toward him, you know.
Yeah.
So he had to move the staple so that it would do that. And then he liked to play the side keys with his thumb as well as his other 4 fingers. So he didn't want to have his thumb underneath the hook there.
Uh-huh.
And so he had a bassoon hand grip that was like a grip for your palm, you know, and put there instead, and was able to play that. It was interesting to see all of the different things that you could do.
Yeah. Were you ever a part of the Paul Desmond recordings and gigs?
No.
Because those were fantastic. Oh my goodness, those two playing in and out of each other was just.
Oh yeah, really. Well, that was, you know, that whole thing of playing without a piano was a real
amazing.
It taught me how to construct bass lines in a different way than I ever had before, you know, because I could think about my relationship to Jerry's background. So, you know, we'd stay a tenth apart sometimes, and that would imply other notes that nobody was really playing, but you could hear them, you know.
That's really hip, though. I mean, a tenth apart, really.
Yeah.
I've been consciously doing that, like regular. Wow. Now I've got to go back and listen.
Yeah. We'll listen to music forever.
Yeah.
Well, Bobby, thanks so much for coming.
Thank you.
It was beautiful.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you.
My pleasure.
You'll
Thank
be
you,
back
everybody.
soon, I hope.
Absolutely. We got so many other people to talk about.
I know. And if we don't share it with you, we'll just hang out. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Well, again, thank you. What a great evening. I think this song is by Billy Strayhorn. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Great tune.
before we go. Bobby, when you bring your horn down, when you come, you can sit in with us, you know. We play the first hour and then we invite people to sit in.
Oh, I need the headphones on. Sorry.
Yeah.
I would be absolutely honored.
Okay.
You guys know hot cross buns?
I don't know.
Just don't call it too many. I'll play whatever, but I'd like
We usually play standards or well-known jazz tunes, you know.
you know what? I honestly, and I don't know if my wife is still awake listening to the show or not. She might be. We can't wait to get back to New York. She's been doing a lot of acting. She just retired this year. And so she's been doing a lot of acting. And we were in Long Island City where she was filming a commercial. And I just fell back in love with the city again. Funny thing is, I was on my way when I was in my early, like I think I was 19. And I tried to break in. And that's where I met Walter Booker. And I spent 6 weeks homeless in New York City and said, I don't want to do this anymore. But I fell back in love with New York.
That's how I started out, but I hung on and managed to stay. The guy that brought me here went back to Seattle.
Yeah, and that's what people told me. They said, you should have stuck around a lot longer. And I was like, it wasn't in me. And I'm glad I did what I've done. But we are absolutely coming to see you. Absolutely, positively. I can't wait to see you. And I'm
All right, good.
Big hug, man. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the invitation. I will take you up on it. Definitely.
Okay, good.
Cool.
I'll be right back. We'll listen to it. Let's check out this bass player. Remember that song? You're muted, Bill.
I haven't heard that for a while. It was nice to hear.
Yeah. Beautiful. Anybody have any questions, thoughts? I've been thinking about another bass player lately. So let's dig him, okay?
Robert. That's what he is.
Honeysuckle Rose. Zoot Sims. Mousy Alexander taking the drum solo. George Mraz and on piano. Excuse me, Jimmy Rouse. That's from High Note Records. It was released in 2007. Recorded many years before that.
Jimmy Rolls was something special. And when I heard Hank Jones's trio with Mraz, I said to Hank, "Boy, you got some bass player there." And he says, "He can play anything I can play."
piece before that was Elvin and Richard Davis. And
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought it was Mingus.
The first time I saw Elvin and Art Pepper, George Mraz was with him at the Vanguard.
Yeah.
George Cable's on piano.
No.
Extraordinary. Did you play with Art Pepper?
No, never did.
No.
I didn't get to play with many of the West Coast guys.
Okay. Well, we'll go back to some Marshall Royal. Here's a piece he did with Basie. He takes a chorus on it.
April in Paris, chestnuts in blossom, holiday tables under the trees. April in Paris, this is a feeling no one can ever reprise. Charm of spring, never met it face to face. I never knew my heart could sing, never missed a warm embrace till April in Paris. Whom can I run
December. I will always remember. You can keep December, but as far as I know, April in Paris, April in Paris, April in Paris. One more.
Things ain't what they used to be. Wayman Reed on the trumpet, Freddie Green on guitar, Count Basie in Switzerland in 1997. It was after Marshall. So you played with Wayman. Tell us about Mr. Reed.
Oh, he was a wonderful player. he had a thing going with Sarah Vaughan. And he was handsome and played so brilliantly, and then all of a sudden he got that, I don't know what kind of a wasting disease it was, but he just shriveled up. It was really sad. You know, I was down at Birdland the night that Bill Davis gave that arrangement of April in Paris to the Basie Band.
Wow.
And he passed out the parts and then sat at the organ and played the arrangement with them. And he's the one that started that one more time thing. And after he was finished, it was, you know, the whole house just broke into applause. It was such a strong arrangement. And Basie gets up to the mic and says, "Thanks a lot, Bill. Now I got to go out and buy a damn organ." But he never did. He just made a hit out of that arrangement.
And he did. Incredible. Did you spend much time with Mr. Basie?
Well, I just went down every time he was at Birdland and heard every set I could. It was funny. One night I lived not far from the Bohemia, and I went over there to hear Buddy Rich because he had a small band of young guys, and I wanted to hear what they were doing. And it was awful. Buddy was humiliating them on the stand, you know, and overplaying and you know, just putting them through terrible. And then, so I left and I said, "Oh, there's still time to catch the last set at Birdland. Basie's up there." So I jumped on my motor scooter and ran up there. And as I'm coming down the stairs, I say, "Oh man, listen to Gus Johnson swing this band. It's really something." I get down there and it's Buddy playing exactly like Gus Johnson and just playing perfect for the band. And I said, "Oh, you son of a gun." You couldn't do that for your own band, you know.
That does not sound imaginable.
Well, if he was playing with people that he had respect for, he could really do everything right, you know. And but he had no respect for the young guys that he was hiring.
Cliff points out that I never knew Wayman Reed was married to Sarah Vaughan in the chat.
Yeah. I didn't know whether they were married, but they were certainly together.
Okay. All right. Major Holly.
Oh, Major was wonderful. You know, he
and Sam Stewart. Dick Hyman. Mr. Hyman makes you look young, Mr. Crow.
Boy, he's something else. I remember one time I was sitting in my car waiting for a parking space, and on the radio comes this piano playing. And I said, who in the world could that be? It's so deft and so, and I thought maybe it was some Art Tatum that I hadn't heard or something like that. But it had a different sound, and then when they came and announced it, what it was one of three pianos that somebody had built with no soundboard, but electronic pickups on all the strings. And it was so clean. I could, there was no after ring, it was just, and he played a couple of cadenzas. It wasn't jazz, it was just piano, and he played a couple of cadenzas that were just fabulous, fabulous, boy. Nobody has fingers like that. There was somebody told me, I can't remember who told me they were flying with him one time, and he had one of those practice keyboards on his lap that doesn't make any sound, just for exercising your fingers, And this guy that's telling me the story said, I looked out the window and saw that there was a fire in one of the engines. And I said to Dick, there's a fire in the engine. What should we do? And Dick leans over and pulls the blind down and continues to practice.
Do you ever see Dick these days, or?
No, I haven't seen him for quite some time. There was a time when he was doing Sundays at Condon's solo, and he'd do about 3 sets, and there would be 3 entirely different sounding piano players that he would be. He'd do one set playing stride and one playing bebop and one playing far out.
He played modern stuff too, yeah.
It was just wonderful. When I first visited New York, the Metropole was a restaurant on the corner of the block below where it ended up, and there was a kind of a round window that stuck out onto the sidewalk in which Dick was sitting at a piano playing, and he was playing modern jazz, and every time I would hear him, it sounded like he was going back in the book, and experimenting with the styles of people like Fats Waller and Earl Hines and that sort of thing. Amazing.
Well, I want to thank everybody. We're almost in our 6th hour here tonight.
Well, I'm sorry I couldn't get here any earlier, but that was really interesting meeting him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully you'll meet again.
I hope so. I hope he brings his horn.
Yeah. Do my best. All right. Well, Bill, always thank you. And Cliff, George, Hallie, and David, and the others who have abandoned us tonight. We're going to go out tonight. I'll be back in 2 weeks with David Shanin, who's another person, part of the WKCR, the alumni club from the 1970s through the 90s.
Uh-huh.
So
he's probably still wearing Phil Schaap scars.
No, they're not scars. I gave a tribute tonight. Phil's part of why I do this every other Wednesday night.
Yeah.
I get
he was something else, one of a kind.
Certainly was. Something else.
We celebrated his birthday one time at some kind of a thing that we were playing. I think maybe it was at the new school, I'm sure. But whoever was saying happy birthday to him said, what I really should do is give about a 20-minute talk on Phil's life and career before I say happy birthday.
That sums it up. Here's a title that is very Phil Shapis. There's certain slang, there's different elements of slang we all know from our years. But Dick Hyman wrote us. Kabuchi. What?
No, I say 23 skidoo. That's some slang I remember from my childhood.
When people called the radio station and were obnoxious, we'd say Kabuchi.
Oh.
And I won't say the other thing, but this is a song Dick Hyman wrote. I'll keep playing music. But this is called Doogie Woogie from Phil Shap.